Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you guys in our main room. And thank you very much, Pepe, in the YouTube room. So we're good to go, both rooms. So we're in for a down market to start anyway. They see the SPY's off 5.5 points. So in for a down market there. ILLR kind of continuation from yesterday. And I say kind of continuation. Again, this is the company that said, you know what, we've got a little stake of SpaceX. But look what happened yesterday. It got up to 531, but it sold off and closed down here at 3. Now it's getting close to the high of yesterday. It's at 504. So yes, it is up 65%. But remember how it traded yesterday. Really sold off. But above the 200-day moving average again. And you know what? Put a price alert at the high of yesterday, and maybe it takes off again. There's another company this morning with a stake in SPCX. Okay, thank you. Which one is that, William? Because that's the next sector. I have a little bit of SpaceX sector. By the way, I know I was reading some of the earlier comments. Look at SCAG. I mean, $1.06 and then right back down to 40 cents. Oh, QC. Okay. QUCY. After the company approved acquisition of, yeah. Okay. I mean, this is the new subsector, guys. Companies coming out saying, you know what, we're going to buy a little bit of SpaceX. Meanwhile, speaking of SpaceX, it's still hanging around the 150 mark. So an equity stake, I wonder how much, how much? Anyway, well, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name, but good morning, RAA. So there's the QC. We've seen this one. Yeah, remember this this month or this week when it went from 31 cents all the way up to 5. It's got to be some print out there, William. Yeah, I don't understand why it's not happening with other, but you don't probably have some of the larger cap stocks in your scan, or am I wrong? Don't know why it happens though. So QC, okay. So QC, 22 million, 32 million have traded, 22 million in the float, below the VWAP now. Micron, the only reason I know about this one, I have this one thumbnailed, so I've been watching it. Micron is now, wow, down 6.8%. Below yesterday's low. I think, yeah, below yesterday's low, which looks like around 1133. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones. SHPH, another one that was super active for months. Haven't seen this one though for months. Trading higher after the company's subsidiary, United Dogecoin, purchased its first fleet of Alpha PEX DG1 Plus mining units. Okay. But remember the days, William, where a stock would have a nice, like some of these large, these high tech stocks or these tech stocks would have earnings, and they would just be good all day. I mean, they would just not necessarily, they have the big gap, and then they would just sort of filter higher all day instead of being incredibly choppy. So anyway, there is the SHPH. Morning Shaw in our YouTube room. SHPH. So low float, 1 million in the float. Looking at the weekly chart, looks like 631 or so is the next high. I know you meant trading RAM. I know you meant 1130, not 130. IVF. Okay, there's got to be a reason for this. I mean, the fact that it was $175,001 gains full control of Alabama fertility clinic. Okay, that is your news for IVF. Another low float. You guys were talking about CANF a little earlier, CANF. Yeah, another one that popped up, 450, got all the way back down to 320 underneath the VWAP. Actually, SkyQ had oh, it was the day before, had a pretty decent day. Well, actually, it actually had two good days in a row. So when I say two good days in a row, I'm always looking at it's not so much how much they gained, but where did they close? And so you look at SkyQ, that closed right at the high of the day yesterday, and even the day before, very close to the high of the day. TII, Titan Mining. And the reason, company signs a lease with US Army for graphite processing. Okay. ZDAI. Happened with this one. Another one probably. Yeah, another big pop and drop. Well, I'm just going to be waiting for my, you know what I'm actually going to do? Just out of curiosity, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to get rid of the time of day just to see. Okay. Acadia, no, disappeared. Okay. Ruby, RUBI. Okay, and it looks like it's halted. No, no, not halted. I'm sorry, not halted. It was a news halt. So Ruby's on the move here, guys. RUBI is on the move. For some reason, I don't see any. Don't see any. Well, actually, it was halted earlier. Halted due to pending news. I don't know what the news is. And But it did resume trading at 9. I don't see what the news was though. So halted due to pending news, but resumed. I don't see what the news was for Ruby. And I'll bet any money. Was it just because the reverse split today, Obi? I wonder. I mean, and our provider, so super low float, super low float, 626 and a one. Wow, they did a 1 for 25 reverse split. So now they've only got 626,000 shares in the float. Hasn't traded very much yet. My guess, I wonder if I could even buy that at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to buy it right now or ever, just out of curiosity. We're talking about, is it one of those that some of the brokers, well, like E-Trade, is restricting you from buying? Okay, really? Okay. How did you know? I'm assuming, oh, it's not okay now? It's not okay at IB? You've confused me. You said Ruby. Okay, no, it's not okay. Okay. That's okay. Okay, now you've really confused me. Okay, yes, you can buy Ruby at Interactive Brokers. Okay. Now, what do you do to find that out, Monica? Did you put in some kind of a real, like a silly bid in to see whether they would accept it or not? Like, I want to buy it at $2 or something. Put a bid in at 2 and see if they will accept it. Or did you buy it? I'm sure you didn't buy it. That's what I used to have to do with when I had, wow, seems like so long ago when I had Questrade, I'd have to put in, if I wanted to short something to find out if they had shorts available, say the stock was at 50, I put in a bid to say, okay, I want to short at 100, and it would tell me if if there were shorts available. So much easier now with Interactive Brokers. Anyway, 9:13. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with the market being, well, with the SPY being down. So ahead of the 9:30 open, this is what is happening. So Staples XLP is the leading sector, not much, but let's go down here and see what the worst sector is. So now the semis getting hit again this morning. SMH and technology stocks, XLK, gold and silver are basically flat, but you can just see right there SMH. So it looks like SMH, the semis will be leading the market down today unless we get a rally. I've never created a watch list within Interactive Brokers. So what is that telling you with that little red dot beside it? That was when it was halted, I guess? or maybe not, because I don't think Sky Q was halted. But what is that telling you though? So that red dot, I see. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. But you know what? I'd rather just rely on you, and you'll tell me. I would a little early for that, Blizzardo. True. All right, guys. Let's see. What time is it now? 9:16. So let's see anything that went a race earlier. See what that QC is doing. See if it gains some traction. Get over that VWAP. I'll put a price alert around 202. Okay, a couple of things. I want to see it clear the VWAP, which is around $92. Want to see it get over that whole number of two, and it did hit 261 in the pre-market. And if it got back up to 260, what is the next? Oh, well, you can see exactly. See that high right there is 263 in the daily chart. What did it do this morning? It got right there. So that's kind of what stalled it. So I'm going to put a price alert also at 263 because that'll be the pre-market high and that'll be that daily high. And if somehow it takes that out later on, you've got room to 310. Gosh, I wish there was a better ETF for Micron MU, a short ETF, even a long ETF that I could short that wasn't so expensive. Oh, well, this is it. What's the volume? Well, this is it. I thought mud was way more expensive. It's a one timer, so it's not, it won't be as volatile, obviously, as a two timer. But isn't well, what's wrong with this one, William? I'm not sure I understand. I mean, mud is a $10 stock or $10 MUD. It says it's a one time bear ETF for MU. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know. I wanted a short ETF, not a long ETF. But I could always short this. At least I could short this. Muzz. All right, Pepe's found Muzz. Let's see what Muzz is. Well, there you go. So there is one, and there's good volume. So these must have been. Are these fairly new? So Muzz and Mud. So it's just so the short ones are available, and this is a two-time short for Micron, and they only started. Well, Muzz only started trading 2 weeks ago. When did mud start training? A lot longer. Okay, just give me a moment. Well, this is an earnings play, actually. A little earnings play, guys, for this CNVS, up 22%. Don't know anything. Well, I can read what they do, but I don't know where they're. Oh, they're out of the States. Okay. Started in 2000. Well, with the success of ILLR yesterday and continuing today, obviously we got to watch this QUCY. They are doing the same thing as ILLR did, at least saying they're doing it. They're going to take a little stake, buy a little bit of SpaceX. Okay, you mentioned, I saw you mention QMCO, William, earlier, Quantum. So this is an earnings play. And what was this? A miss lower, down 10%. No volume yet, really, to speak of, only 75,000 shares. Now, there is some economic news coming out today. I think the Michigan sentiment numbers are out at, yeah, so there are some economic numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. Michigan sentiment, 5-year inflation expectations, all to do with Michigan. Well, not Michigan. I mean, Michigan, yes, they say Michigan consumer expectations, but it's not just for the state of Michigan. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so there are some economic numbers coming out. Usually it's a consumer sentiment number that is the key one. So which could have a mini effect on the market at 10 o'clock. What was a beat in line? Yeah. So there you go. Beat in line. Didn't matter. Oh, I see. May bounce at 11. Well, you bounce at 11:36 anyway. The next low looking left, let's see. There is a low at, well, there's a daily low at 10:25, 10:16. So I'm sorry, somebody asked about S dot. I mean, it's incredibly choppy on a 5-minute chart so far. Yes, it's up 67%. It's been a wild trader, of course. This is not encouraged. Oh, well, it's encouraging, I suppose, if you think, well, maybe that's a target for the rest of the day. But I mean, if you get up to $17 and then come all the way back down to 8. So it's just a wild trader. I mean, it's through the VWAP right now, but it's anybody's guess. I mean, it's at 10:07. It's over 10 right now. Probably no news on it. I mean, it's ripping. I mean, it is ripping right now. I took out that VWAP. Looking at the VWAP, you can see though there couldn't have been that much trading right at the high here because look at the VWAP is way down here. Remember, this VWAP is taking you into account the pre-market volume. That's why I like it. I mean, I know some don't, but I don't understand why you would not want to have your VWAP looking at pre-market volume. But if you don't, that's fine. If you don't, because at least that tells me there probably wasn't very much trading up here. I can't remember. I know I've traded. I'm sure I've traded S dot before, but I can't remember now if I can't remember the last time I tried to trade it. So, wow, it is really ripping now. I guess my question is for Monica: Is it is it tradable at Interactive Brokers? Not shortable, but is it buyable? It is okay. You do one job and you do it very well, Monica. You get that for people with IB. Well, you know what? I mean, once it broke through the VWAP, it wasn't that choppy. It just took off. Spread is even not bad for a stock like this. Volume 4.8 million. There, it's all about the float. 652,000 in the float. Well, I think that trading RAM or trading gram or your your little MU bounce is probably working nicely for you now. The reason I know that is because I have mud thumbnailed on one of my charts, so I can see the mud is going down, which means MU must be moving up. All right, so William is all about not an earnings play, though, is it? It's not an earnings play. Ha. So the target is raised to 145 from 95 at Craig Hallam, and that is for the oh, that's Synaptics. Excuse me. I don't know why it was showing up in my headline here. Along, even though I know it says, I don't know why that does that. Every morning I have to, even though well, even though this is not the headline for Run, this is, I'm just talking to myself. I mean, this is for Interactive Brokers. Less than a minute. Okay, thank you, William. Yes, about less than 30 seconds. So let's have a great trading day or end of this trading week, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. However, I'm starting to make a bit of an exception if I get something in my trend reversal. Okay. If I like what I see in terms of the chart, etc. Wow. ON is really picking up steam. Oh, I see. ON is buying Synaptics. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the QC, the QUCY, and it is drifting down along with the ILLR. Yeah, so IVF has this blockage right around the 2 level. And SDOT just got halted. And guess what? Got halted on the way down. Look at that drop. $12 down to 10, just like that. All right, QMCO, the earnings play that actually looked good in terms of wow. So it tore right through 11, William. I'm sure you saw that. Boy, that just and what's the next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway? It looks like around 940. So there's still room for this one to run down. Wolf, WULF. Okay, the next low on a weekly chart is 22.98. Call it 23. So it still has about say $1.75 or so to that next low and that'll be about the same. Yeah, as on the daily. So there's room underneath for Wolf to keep moving down if it wants to, guys. WULF. HIM's on the move here, guys. HIMS on the move. I don't know if there's any news on it. Well, this was news. This was news yesterday. The obesity drug business may get boost as employers drop coverage. That was yesterday's news. Boy, mud now is back up to 10. Somebody mentioned in our other room, in the YouTube room, about NBIS, Nibius. Okay, thank you for that piece of information, PJ. All right, Sky Q over the VWAP. Yes, it is. Okay, now NOWL. Okay, it's got room. It's got room. It does have room. Does not have room. Does not have room. Sorry, I was looking at the weekly chart. Certainly has room on the weekly chart, but when I look left, I mean, it's got a little. Just wish it weren't there. That 423 may not matter, but Same thing. Okay, now the fuel cell, the next high looking left is 25. So there is room for this one. Missed it. Missed it, missed it, missed it. Son of a. Well, let's see if it comes back down a little bit. If you took it, great. Shoot, this is what I'm talking about, guy. Guys, we had an alert 2260 for the fuel cell, and I looked left immediately to see how much room it had. Lots of room. Now it is, what did it pop up to 2275? So it hasn't run away yet. So might give me an opportunity to take it later. See if fuel cell had any news on this one. I don't think so. And again, I know the now NOWL showed up, but I just don't like how much potential resistance there is, fairly close. So I don't like that one. Doesn't mean it's not going to move, but and the same thing with the IVF. You can see exactly, there's too much resistance looking left. So I don't like that one either. Fuel cell has been very, very choppy. FCEL, very choppy. Okay, I see that LICN was halted on the way up. Okay, wow, on the way up. Lots of room. Boy, oh boy, look at this, 367. So same thing with the Domo, guys. I mean, I know it's showing up in my scan, but I don't like it because look at that next high looking left. It's really close. Um, just it doesn't mean those next highs looking left are absolutely going to block it, but well, the fuel cell has been super whippy. So let me put a price alert around that original alert price of 2260 and see if it takes it out later. Yeah, I mean it triggered, but boy, it is very, very. I might have to try to let this thing settle down a little bit. All right, guys. Well, it's not. Haven't taken anything from that scan yet. Okay, guys. S dot very interesting. Just over 12. No, this is okay, guys. I mean, this is a wild one, of course. S dot is a wild one. As is the WKSP. These are showing up in the daily trend reversals. How about the box L? Let's see if this one has something a little bit better looking in terms of, well, they got that high right there. Well, that's far enough away, of course. So the box L looks really interesting if it can somehow take out 5. I don't know why I had that. I must have put that alert some days ago. I don't even remember why now. I would put a price alert for box L a little over 5 and see if it gets over 5, takes out that little psychological number. And then because look left, it's got a ton of room. 2 days ago, got up to 845. All right, so WKSP, the next high looking, so today's high is or yesterday's high, 2 days ago high, $1.27. Too close for me anyway. LICN came out of its halt, and so it was halted at what? It was halted at 268. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's dropping too much for me to use that little plan of attack and taking something coming out of a halt. All right, so this is okay. This is a 2-time ETF for now. So now the stock must be up at least 6%. And it is, what do they do? ServiceNow, end-to-end workflow automation for digital businesses, cloud-based solutions, AI, etc. Wall Street, the Wall Street apes. Well, those are the ones that started the whole GME thing. Seems like ancient history now. Well, it's Wall Street bets, but I mean, they call themselves the apes. Anyway, William, I don't know what you're doing with the ON, but ON looks still super weak. BFLY guys, for some reason, okay, coming right into that daily high somewhere. That was about 4 days ago, I guess. BFLY. Yeah, didn't BlackBerry have earnings yesterday? Yeah, yeah, right. It's a big float, over half a billion in the float. Boy, Hims is just ripping here, guys. This is shortable for me. Okay, I mean this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean it's ripping. I mean this has gone very parabolic. Look what happened to L. Oh, I see. Actually, LIC. Well, got halted on the way down. So I mean, in theory, you could have maybe taken it on that pullback, but it pulled back way too much for me anyway. To sort of apply my. Oh no, that can't be. That cannot be. Could be. I mean, here's your halt, 214, and here's your potential open for one of these China stocks at one of these potential opens. Hopefully, nobody is. I mean, I don't think it's going to open at 98 cents, but and by the way, this blue screen, this blue window I'm displaying right here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price for the LICN. This is trying to show you where it could open. I doubt if it's going to be that devastating, but you never know. And UBXG was halted on the way. Well, it was moving down, and I guess it got halted on the way up a little bit. Got to put a price alert here, guys. I know that it's an ETF, the two-time ETF for GLW. Let me see if is GLW an earnings play today. It is not. Provision. Oh yeah, Corning, of course. Okay, I may have to take a look at a short on this if it takes this out. The next low looking left is 26.23. This is the two-time ETF, okay, for GLW. It's not. It is the long. So I don't know there. I don't know if there's a two-time short of it, but what's the volume like? Yeah, not bad. Spread is not fabulous. Yeah, 92.11. Sort of trying to talk my. No, I'm not going long. No, I'm gonna. This is showing up on my trend reversal scan. Okay, this is a two-time long, but I would be going short this if. Well, okay, guys. If you got our AI the AI, you can see you had a reentry for the S dot, which was a fabulous reentry. Man, I just wish this had more room. What's the high here? 213. Little bit of room, little bit of room. The next high in a weekly chart, anyway, is 241. So it just stock on him. This is showing up as a potential short in my daily trend reversal. Okay, that's why anything in yellow is a potential short. Give me a pop into the 20s. Watching this IVF now, guys, very closely. I want to see if I can take out that 213 in a big way. That's the IVF. Oh, I'm not suggesting you aren't a seasoned trader. But you wanted to know if why I was going long or I'm talking to stock unhinged in our YouTube room. Why like that? But that is why. Okay, it's coming in that particular scan as a potential short. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. I mean, I wouldn't say this was super simple, but we had an original alert price for S dot at 1153. It hit the stop. I mean, it popped huge at the beginning. Then it came all the way back down, hit the stop at 1118, and then it came halfway between that original alert price and the stop price, which is 1136, which would have given you a second or the first opportunity, if you didn't take it the first time, to trade it. Okay, that's how that works. I'm not saying it would have been easy. Okay, there's no disconnect today in the market. So the Dow is down, the SPY is down, and the Qs are down. Okay, last few days I think we've seen the Dow being up where the Qs and the SPY are down, but no disconnect today. IVF, guys, IVF. It broke through 213. That was my. You see that 213 was right there. Actually, now the next high is here. So again, showing up. Now I did not take it at 204. I had to wait for a 213 break. And I don't expect a big move. I mean, it's because there's all these little areas where it could stall still. And look at S dot. I mean, this is very, very difficult to trade. HPE on the way down here, guys. Well, of course, it's in the bad sector right now. Anything to do with tech, semis. So let's take a look at XLK. Actually, XLK is being more of a chop fest, but HPE. No, is it bounce worthy? Okay, let's take a look at this weekly chart. Looks like a low right there around 43. Well, I get a lot of cheap ones in this scan. I'm not used to that, like really cheap ones in the scan. Ah, now I remember I changed it. Okay. Okay. So I did, I don't know if unusual if you're in the room today, but yeah, I did make the change to from $2 down to $1. So now that's why I'm picking up these cheap ones today. IVF, yes, okay. It did it. It did it. Now coming right into that. Now that's a daily high right there, guys, right there. So took some off, guys, of the IVF just because of that daily high. Well, what am I talking about? Oh, it popped through that. There's the next daily. I'm sorry. There's the next daily high right over here at 240. But I've taken some off. What about LLYX? Oh, I see. This is an ETF. Two-time long Lily. Is this long Lily? Okay. I don't know. Lily must be moving, obviously. Lily, the stock is up almost 5.5%, I guess, or more. Let's see if there's any news on Lilly. Yeah, lots of news. Lilly gets European regulators nod for leukemia drug. There's your news. Right here, front and center. I don't know who your broker is, but that's just from Interactive Brokers. Come on, NNOX, make a move for me. I'm in you. I'm in it. Just wanted to see. What time is it now? 10 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. Stocks unhinged. I will share the daily reversal scan. Others, just give me a moment. Okay. I'm going to go over to my home page and I'll get to my scans. It is 10 o'clock. So time for my home page. Yeah, again, I'm not saying S dot would have been interesting. It's a daily reversal. It looks at yesterday's day. So, for instance, on the just on the NNOX as an example, you can see it was down yesterday and trying to recover today. Okay, so it's a reversal. Okay, no, I don't think Dan has a homepage like me. So you look at the S dot, the same thing. Down day yesterday, up day today. Now there are other filters involved, of course. It's not just it has to be a certain amount down yesterday and a certain amount up today and relative volume, etc. Otherwise, you get inundated with alerts. Okay, guys, take a look at my homepage, and this is what you're going to see at the very top. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. So you can get 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, remember, it's the first month only. Give me a moment. Or the entire year. And it doesn't matter if you take out a standard subscription or our premium service. Okay, the premium service has the AI. Gosh, look at S dot has been all over the place. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? It helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the main room, the trading room. And the company tracks the use of the promo code Z. And if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what this room is all about, it's a lot more active, a lot more interaction amongst other traders than in YouTube. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room to talk about the pre-market with other traders, you can come into this room. Obi opens it up. Thank you very much, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, too early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. I usually get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15. So again, if you're sitting in YouTube, that's fine if you don't mind. But if you're looking like you just care about hearing me and seeing my screen, that's fine. But if you want a lot more interaction with other traders, you can come into this room right here. And you keep scrolling down, you've clicked on my homepage link and you keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And education. 2 reasons to click on this. If you're just taking out a subscription or wondering about taking out a subscription, this is what I would do. Go down to the education section, click on more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory. If you were just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory that you do this. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, but you're wondering if it's a good fit for you, before you take out a subscription, do this. Start off with the second video, go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay. And you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc. So if you clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So here's the large cap race up here, right here. This race right here is a more volatile race. This is the daily trend reversals. Okay, this is the daily trend reversals. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Here's the halts resumes over here. And I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. Another one here, the upside versus downside movers, another scan. Okay, so both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So don't you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. Don't think you're interrupting me. If I can't answer right away, I'll let you know. If I'm in a trade that requires my intense concentration, I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot help you there, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. Now, If you're waiting for 12, usually Andy Lindloff will take over for me between 12 and 1 in a YouTube room. So that's not happening. Yesterday nor today. We're short staffed, so nobody could take over. So again, if you've got questions, don't think you have to wait till noon Eastern time to ask those questions. RC Bremen making an appearance. Haven't seen you for a bit, I don't think. I think I saw this one yesterday too as a potential short, the CRMT. I think this was a short opportunity from our AI a couple of days ago. Well, the SPY's had a nice recovery so far. We've got a nice recovery. We're in the midst of a nice recovery. At one point we're down to here 726, so there's a 6-point move. All right, keep an eye on this QC. Okay, I think I have a price alert over maybe over 2. Now there's the VWAP. There, yeah, over 2. Just in case these guys, again, we're calling this the new sector, we are going to take a little stake in SpaceX sector. So that's what QC said today. That's what ILLR said yesterday. And I'm sure there are going to be a lot more coming next week. Moderna, I don't know if it's a sympathy play with Eli Lilly, but Moderna is running also. My guess now, if we look at the sectors, going to see a bit of a difference here. And I'm going to say we should see IBB at the top here. One of the I call this one of the main ETFs for the sector. Where's XLV? I think this has more large cap stocks in it. I don't know where the XLV is. Where are you? Right at the top. Okay, so XLV and IBB, a couple of the healthcare ETFs. Okay, obviously being helped along immensely by Lilly and Moderna and probably others. I'll leave it to you to create that ETF, Obi. Not feeling the love yet for the NNOX. I'm in it, but I need it to move pretty soon. I have it thumbnailed on my other monitor, so just in case you're wondering, well, why I don't have it front and center here. Finally, a little bit of a move now, a little bit of a move. So if you're taking my trend reversals, okay. Now I made a couple of changes. You don't have to do the same thing. Ah, good. A nice little move now. I reduced the minimum volume from 2 down to 1. So that's why I'm seeing some of these cheaper stocks. Also, the time. Notice at 9:35. So if you're taking it from my homepage, your first alert would not happen until at least 9:40. You don't have to make the change if you don't want to. And actually, this is the version that you would see. You would see the repeating version. So if you want to make those changes, I'm just going to show you quickly how you can do it. So if you right click, because this is what you're going to see. So if you right click and then click on configure all, both of them are checked, edit the selected. So here's how you can make a change. So if you've loaded it, your price minimum would be 2. I changed it to 1 yesterday. And also your time of day will say 10, and I've changed it to 5. So that all that means is I don't want to see alerts right at the open 9:30. Okay, it's way too busy. Even 5 is, a little busy, but I decided to make that change. You don't have to. But those are the two changes that you can do if you want to. You don't have to. S dot. I mean, again, S dot is a very, very tough trader today. I mean, what do you mean by second day in a row? What do you mean by that, Dan? Or F9? Oh, FJet. Oh, okay. I don't know. Haven't seen it. I don't see it anywhere. Do I see it anywhere? Ah, I forgot to keep watching the F cell. Bad at my part. I was wanting to see if it would settle down, and it just sort of settled down in terms of the spread, and I too much going on because the alert was at 2360. I'm sorry, 2260. FJet in my race. Do I see FJet? So it didn't win a race. It might have shown up here for briefly, but I know it did not win a race that I can see. But yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, it is a second day continuation. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, on a weekly chart, certainly a lot of room. 646, not as much on a daily. Shoot, the one I did not take was a CRMT on the short. I thought about it, didn't take it. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. So I can see that, these little guys are just not sustaining any major gains. The IVF has come right all the way back down. It may give us another opportunity. I've got my bouncers toppers on my other monitor. I decided to just keep an eye on that one. And it's sort of interesting to me that the majority of them are the bouncers. No, well, not the bouncers, the toppers. In other words, stocks that, in theory, look like a little bit overbought, and we're looking for tops. Even though the market was down a lot this morning, but it has recovered or is in the process of recovering. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? I mean, everything. The only one that was a potential bouncer was the HPE, and 43.72. Yeah, so that was, it did bounce. Everything else in orange is a potential topper, which I would have thought we'd have more. I didn't think we'd have as many topping ones because, I mean, the market is not, even though it's recovered somewhat, it is still down for the day. But that's not on my homepage, but if you do want it, I can give it to you. Shoot, the best one for my scan was really CRMT, and I didn't take it. It was on a short from 324 down to 266 now, and I mean, it had room. I don't know why I didn't take it. All right, so U time, WTO. This is another one of those. Oh, look how crazy that is. 178,000 in the float for WTO. No volume at all. So forget about it. You were right. I'm sorry. I forgot to put the mic on in the room. My mic was on, but you know what? It's a two-step process. Sorry about that. So I was going to say the CRMT was, unfortunately, I did not take that short. Okay, now listen, ILLR is now starting to move. Let's keep watching that QUCY, okay? I mean, it's the same idea, okay? That ILLR said, you know what, we're going to get an investment into SpaceX, buy some shares, or I don't know how exactly they were going to do it, but this was the news yesterday, okay? Exposure to SpaceX is named Triller Group stock soaring after hours, okay? And it's the same kind of news for QUCY. Now, QUCY had won some races this morning. I mean, it's up 23%, but it's just sort of not doing much. But if it takes out the VWAP and maybe gets over two, it did get up to 262 this morning in the pre-market. That was at 8 o'clock Eastern time. If you get some volume coming in, this could, have a rip later on in the day. Could have. Well, that went the other way. This was a suggestion, a potential short from the scan, WYY. Well, it had a lot of room, but right at the time of the alert, it just started moving higher. So this is like a big rebound now. Still down 4%. How about hot coffee, RC? RC Cola, I'll call you. That's still around, RC Cola. That's still around. Wow, the SPY's almost gone positive. The Qs are still down. Dow is up. Okay, the Dow is up a little bit. SPY's almost flat now. Big recovery. In terms of what? It's tweakable. In terms of what, though? You can put a price range you want and a minimum volume, if that's what you mean. What else would you want to tweak on it? The only thing I've got in here is a minimum volume of 20,000 shares. Well, of course, you don't have trade ideas. I keep forgetting. Anything that I'm sharing is tweakable. Well, you can add. This is real time. Yes, Maris. Yes, and welcome, by the way. You can add any filters you want. Now, when you say just joined, are you just joined Trade Ideas or just this room? Are you just taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas or just the room? Okay, so you do have Trade Ideas though. Okay, that's okay. Then you're in the right place. You can kind of see what the program can do. It's very customizable. You can create your own scans, of course. I'm sharing a lot of scans. I don't have them all up and running. I wouldn't want to have them all up and running, way too many. But these are a couple of races that I think are very interesting, especially if you're new. Well, even if you're not new to trading, just because it creates a top 10 list for you automatically of stocks that you could follow all day long then, instead of jumping around from stock to stock to stock. All right. I have a little kitty who's wants some food, so just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, let me, again, do not lose sight of that QC. maybe even next week. I don't know, but QUCY. I think they're only the second company that's trying to take advantage of SpaceX, okay, and say they've got a little investment going, okay. I think I guarantee they'll be coming out of the woodwork next week. But the first one was yesterday with the ILLR, and you can see what it did. Celsius. There's Pepe's favorite stock. Look at this thing go again at my local grocery store, right at eye level. Easy to pluck it off the shelf. I'm sorry. It's almost like an inside joke. Sorry. I hope Pepe wasn't drinking his coffee or his Celsius. You know what, guys? I'm out of the NNOX. I'm basically flat. If it hasn't moved, I might put a price alert around 123. I had a little more profit in it had I taken it earlier, but I don't think he does that either, William. That's what I drink. Not every day. What ticker? What do you mean? What ticker is this in? Okay, let me go over this race. Before I do that, direct people to my homepage or to the user guide. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, expand this window just a bit here. Okay, scroll down until you get to that education section again. Click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide, and there's a whole section on racing. Okay, TI stock racing. So this is your guide, your reference to everything I'm going to be talking about. Okay. Oh, what's the ticker? QUCY. Okay, QUCY. But you're going to see a lot of companies doing the same thing. Okay, here's the buzz: quantum cyber. Jumps on SpaceX stake purchase plan. So they're going to buy a little bit of SpaceX, and you're going to see a lot of companies doing this, trying to take advantage of it. And this is only the second one that I've seen. ILLR was the first one yesterday. Eventually, that'll get stale. By the way, I'm not saying to buy this. Okay, I'm just saying that is the news on it. And I've got a price alert, a little over $2 on it. Because if it can take out two, then yeah, I think it'll have room to about 236 before it hits that next high, if it can get there. Yeah, it's starting to move a little bit here, guys, through the VWAP now. So this could be, I don't know, it depends how you feel about waiting for a break of the two. But it is now getting, a little bit of just a little bit of volume poking in here now for the QUCY. Oh man, the short of the day, seriously. And something you, yeah, the short of the day, guys, on a percentage basis, probably. CRMT is at a little pop now, but it got down to 243. And the alert was at right here at 324. I did not take it. I have a bit of a bias about not shorting stocks under five, and I kind of let it get in my way. Okay, guys. Well, the VWAPs are around the 190 mark. Okay. QC, I jumped one. It's around the 190 mark. Or a little less, 180, 185, 188, but it hasn't cleared it in a big way yet. Excuse me. All right, guys. Well, let me go over this race right here and show what the differences of in these two races are. So, what do these numbers mean? What does that 1.8% means? That means that since the race started, and I'm running 4-minute races, everything is customizable. Okay, whatever time frame you want to run, you can run your race on 3-minute, 5-minute, 10-minute. I've picked 4-minute a long time ago, and I've just sort of stuck with it. So since the race started, not quite 3 minutes ago, this stock has moved the most. Okay, not a lot, 1.9%. In this race, you can see some big percentage moves because it can be a very volatile race as compared to this one. This one, I mean, you'll get some moves over 1%, but certainly not as many as you'll get in here. But here you can get big moves, 5%, 10%, 20%. This one is now 3.6%. I mean, it's only 4 cents and it's moved, but that's what those percentages mean. Of course, over here, this is how much it's up for the day. So if you see a stock that's leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. I need a t-shirt that says, see what's happening, because I say that all the time, but see what's happening. You don't know until you click on the symbol, of course, and see wow, this has got room. Look on a weekly chart anyway, 180. But look what it's doing. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average. That's why I wouldn't take the trade. Even though I probably wouldn't take it anyway, look a little bit extended, but I certainly wouldn't take the trade right now because it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. That could act, of course, as resistance. But you won't know any of that until you click on the symbol, okay? And depending on the time frames that you like to trade, that I have a 5 and 15 intraday, then the daily, weekly, monthly. Even though I'm an intraday trader, why would I have the daily, weekly, monthly? Because a lot of the stocks that I'm looking at are near the high of the day. So I want to see where the next high is on a daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, then I look on the weekly. And sometimes I can't see it on the weekly, I look on the monthly. So that's why I have these time frames. So that's number one. Now, you don't have to wait for a race to be over. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on it. See it at the top here. Just click on it. Here's the FChat. Somebody was talking about the FChat earlier. Anything you see in this list, click on it. See what's happening. See what's happening. Maybe the IVF will be setting up again for us. It came into the VWAP. Maybe it got down below it, but maybe it's going to hold it now and maybe bounce off it. Unfortunately, I think that test drives and errors is a thing of the past. We haven't had one in, I don't know, 2 years maybe. We went from having one every once a quarter for about 3 or 4 years to not having them at all now. So You see anything in the list? Click on it. See what's happening. Okay. Because again, some of these could be just put, they're not necessarily all at the high of the day. Well, look at the Celsius, it is, but you don't know until you click on it. This could have been moving back down into the VWAP and then bouncing, as an example. Or maybe you've got a moving average that you like to have on your charts that maybe when you click on it, you see that a stock is moving into it. That might be your opportunity to take the trade. And you can see what happens also is that a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that ZDAI has won 5 races, etc., all the way down to this Lyson, which has won 2 races. So it creates a top 10 list for you of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, this is a bit of an oddity. A lot of times what you're going to see is the top 2 in the list have won many races by now. Okay. Could 10, 12 races by now. So it's been more spread out so far. The test drives were an opportunity over a 2-week period, 10 days of trading, 10 trading days, to test the software for, I think the last one was for $11.11. And at the same time, the last few of them, we had a contest at the same time, a 3-day contest. And whoever made the most money in the simulator, I think there were the top 3, but the last ones were pretty decent. I think a $2,000 gift card from Amazon for the winner. And then I think second and third prize might have been like a year of trade ideas, or I can't remember anymore. They were fun though. The contests were fun because we had a leaderboard, and it was fun because we had people in the room who were in. Yeah, he won 2 races. He won 2 contests in a row. All right. So the question now, if you're looking at this for the first time, why are these stocks showing up here? Why are they different? This race is very different from this race. So if I right click in the body of the race, notice there's an option that says open top list. I'm going to do that. So all races start from a top list window. Watch what happens when I right click in this top list window. There's an option that says launch real-time stock race. That's number 1. But why are these stocks showing up here in this top list window? This is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see, but this is what I want to see. So if I right click and click on configure and the summary. So I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded and have to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If stocks meet those filter requirements, they're going to appear in this list. Now, I have topped it off to the top 50. That's just what I wanted to do. Okay. And then what I've done is I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. So you can still use a top list in this way. Classic question: show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks up the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have the column header, these are just different filters. So if I wanted to sort on what stock has moved the most from its opening trade of the day, that's the change from its opening trade, change from the open, as an example. Okay. So again, you can still use top lists like that, ranking stocks, sorting them. But what the race does not care where the stock is in this list of stocks. Okay. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage wise. So I can see that Mogu, I don't know where Mogu is in this list, somewhere. There it is right here, sort of halfway. So all of a sudden, Mogu, is leading this race. It's up 5% since the race started. Again, this is a great way to find stocks that are maybe moving that are not necessarily near the high of the day. Or again, this 65%, that doesn't mean it's at the high of the day. In fact, not even close. It just means it's moved the most since yesterday's close. But some stock down here, like Vivo, it's up 6%. What if all of a sudden it was at 8%, 10%, 12% moving up this list? How would you know? Well, you wouldn't, unless you're going to stare at a big list of stocks trying to figure out what is moving. Well, don't do that. Let the race tell you. The race will tell you what is moving the most in this list. So again, there's the Mogu. So hopefully this is starting to make sense that if you want to construct your own race from scratch, you can do so. You can create your top list window and you can say, okay, maybe, or you can actually take this and modify it to a different price range if that's what you want, maybe a different share minimum, or give me a moment here. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up, or maybe you want it to be up more from yesterday's close, or if you have any experience trading, maybe you want to add some filters of your own and launch the race based on that. You can also create your own watch list of stocks that you want to watch. Could be the same stocks every day if that's your style of trading. Maybe you've got a basket of 20 or 30 stocks you like to follow every single day. Maybe it's a different group of stocks. Maybe you do some work in the evening and you say, okay, these are the ones I want to follow tomorrow. You do what we call a symbol list. You create it, and then you add it, you attach it, you attach that symbol list to your top list window, and you launch a race based on those stocks. Well, William, you really struck out on that one. It was not a three-letter name ending in an I. Yeah, it was Lazar. So that's that race. Give me a moment. Oh, guys, I'm just not paying enough attention. This is the one I want. I had an alert set here at 32.50. This was a potential short for me. This is from my, I use this like a watch list. And why do I have this? This don't repeat means it's showing me the first time of the alert, but I can follow these stocks all day long. Sometimes they, just because it's an opportunity to go long because it's in powder blue doesn't mean it can't turn around and I could short it. But there was the alert early for the GLWG, but it went up. This was anything in yellow is a potential short. And then it finally, look at what it did. It did take out the 32.50. Now it's at 31.65. I just wasn't paying enough attention. Nope, I don't think they're going to have. Again, anytime in the future. Well, the future is a long time, so I suppose anything is possible. But there hasn't been any talk about test drives for the last 2 years. So no, $4,000. I don't remember that, Spanky. I remember 2,000. Okay, really? Hmm. So when you say an holistic list, okay, um, what you're seeing here, these are two scan. This is why it's called a multi-strategy window. Okay, there are two scans in here. Up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. Okay, these are individual alert windows, what we call alert windows. And so if I looked at one of them, up, this is the one that is. It doesn't really matter what is the most active, but if I look at the summary, so this is an example, okay, an example of a scan that I've created. I want to see stocks between $1 and $60. The current volume has to be at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Volume is at least 150,000. Now you might say, well, that's way too low. Believe me, most of the time when we get the alert, and the only reason I have it that low is because at the beginning of the day, stock's going to be just starting out. So, but I mean, all this is customizable, of course, to anybody listening. Stock has to be down. Stock had to be up at least 5% yesterday, but has to be down at least now 1% from from the previous day's close. It has to be below the low of yesterday's low. That's what that the position in previous days range. I mean, this is just an example, okay, of a scan that I put together. And then when I say the alert happened 5 minutes after the open, I don't want to see the alerts right on the open. It's too noisy. So I say, okay, delay doesn't mean these are all real time alerts, but I just don't want to see alerts in the first 5 minutes because stocks can get very jumpy. So bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So if that's what you mean by holistic, okay, but that is an example of a scan. Okay, and the reverse of it is just this. This is just the reversal. Okay, virtually the same filters in terms of price range and all, but now the stock had to be down at least 5% yesterday, has to be up at least 1% today, and the stock has to be above yesterday's high. And again, if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay? This is not really the same. This is just sort of taking a list of stocks that are super active today, and then finding the ones that are very active, winning a lot of races, and then finding a way to trade them. Because of this top 10 list that's built for you. So you may look at SDOT now, I'll just use this as an example, and you could say, well, okay, I mean, this is pretty wild stock, of course, but you might look at this and go, okay, there's SDOT, there's the VWAP. If it takes out the VWAP later, so I put a price alert over the VWAP and don't have to stare at the chart anymore, hits the price alert, and you say, okay, I want to take the stock. I'm not saying to do that, but that is a way in which you can use our price alerts. Now this one, this is the same concept. It is a race. Still a fair number of stocks in here, but you can see that this list is a lot less than this list. Sometimes when I open this, I might only get 2 or 3 stocks. Now, it's not static. It's a dynamic list. In other words, stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. So why would that be? And also this one too, but it's not quite. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. Back in. Well, that'll be up to you. If you're talking about how do you choose the stocks to trade, that has to be up to you. Okay. These are just the active stocks. You can take a look at a stock near the high, like leading a race, and you click on it. That's why I keep saying, click on it, see what's happening on the chart. Then you have to have some chart, you have to have some trading experience to figure out, does that make sense for me to trade it? Okay. But it does create a top 10 list for you so that you can concentrate on, perhaps just these stocks all day long, as an example. And then figure out a way, when you click on the alert, is it setting up for your style of trading? Well, let me keep going on this, okay? Because this is probably, if you're new, it sounds like you're kind of new to trading. If you're new to trading, I would probably look at a list like this more than this one. The reason being is this is very volatile. This is not as volatile because of this. If I right click and then click on configure and then the summary. So, I mean, I do have a different price range of 10 and 70. I have a 200,000. That's the same, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these filters right there, I have a minimum float of 50 million. I have a minimum market cap of 500 million. I also have the position in the days range filter. So these three filters right here prevent a lot of stocks from showing up. And this is probably the main one. Position in the days range. So you see that it says 95. If I put 100 there, this is the daily candle, okay? The daily candle. So if I put 100 there, that would mean the stock would have to be virtually at the high of the day. At 95, it's pretty close. And that's what I want to see. So when I click on these, look at alms, you can see that it's near the high of the day. Could be right at the high of the day. And so right now, this could be interesting because it's kind of breaking out. Okay. And notice how this list now has just shrunk. And that's because of those filters that I've got, stocks can come in and out of this list all day long. Okay. So when I look at alms, this might be something I could get interested in. It's just over the whole number. But looking left, what do I see? 2650. I mean, that's not bad. It does have a little bit of room to run before it could hit that next high. So it becomes something that, maybe, but then I also look at the spread. I don't love it. 97. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's, I'd like to see it tightened up a little bit. But you can see, and again, I really have to feel like running through a brick wall right now because again, I had this. I wanted to watch this one all day long. The fuel cell 2260. If you really want to know, this is what I concentrate on more all day long. I have these two races going. I think for especially maybe for new people because it does create a top 10 list for you instead of flitting around and seeing all sorts of different symbols all day long. It creates a top 10 list for you of stock, like a watch list that you can follow all day long. Okay. But you still have to figure out a way to trade it. I mean, so if you look at FIG as an example, you look at FIG and you say, okay, well, I mean, it sort of looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Here's the VWAP line. So maybe you put a price alert, 1791, a little bit above the VWAP, and maybe you put one underneath it because it could go either way. You don't know. So it could either turn into maybe a long if it takes out the VWAP in a big way, or what if it takes it on the downside in a big way? So I'll bracket my price alerts, then I forget about it. I don't have to keep watching don't have to keep watching. But I'm very upset with myself on the fuel cell because, at the beginning of the day it was very, very choppy. And I said, okay, but I got to keep watching it because of the history. Look at the history of this, when it over about a 2-month period, it went from $7 up to 27. And it's just, my excuse is, of course, I'm flitting around doing a lot of different things. If I weren't doing this, I would probably just concentrate on this all day long and use it like a watch list. Okay, guys. So, what is happening now? So, where's unusual? Where are you? Are you in the room? I'm not. So, again, let's take a look at some of these and see if they're setting up. Now, these will not be, rocket ships, as I call them. They're not going to be like. Now, this one is a very, this one has been extremely volatile, the ABSI. But if I wanted to take this one, it would probably have to take out the high of today and yesterday. Doesn't have enough room from 1091 to those highs for me to take it. But if it took it out, then maybe. But this is again a very it's surprising to me because it has a pretty big float, 158 million, but it's a very volatile stock. So there's the alms. So I mean, if you had taken the alms around when I was talking about it, it's about a 30-cent move. I mean, I don't know where it's going. The next high looking left, it's almost right there. 2650. So what happens there is that we have a symbol linking. Okay, so when I click on a symbol, so it's not going to automatically load a chart. You'd never want that. I just think. I mean, we've had that question several years now. Can if a stock shows up, can it automatically load? I mean, you go crazy. I mean, what are you going to do? Stocks are going to come in and out of lists all day long. You're going to be loading. But what happens is, and when I click on a symbol, like I click on NNOX, notice how it changes in all the time frames. Whereas my SPY chart does not. There's my SPY chart on my other monitor that I follow all day long. So when I click on fuel cell, FCEL, SPY chart remains. So there's basically, I mean, there are a few more options, but if I right click properties, you either have symbol linking checked or not checked. So in this case, I don't want the SPY chart to change, of course. So I uncheck it. And in this case, I do want symbol linking. So symbol linking, meaning when I click on a symbol, it's going to load into these charts. That's all. So for instance, I mean, if you drive yourself crazy, even if you could do it in a race, because you get a lot of jockeying for the top position here. So all of a sudden you load this one and you're looking, and then all of a sudden it just changes to something else, and then it changes to something else. So you'd never want that. Well, and guys, and I do appreciate the questions because it can get a little boring sometimes. So I really do appreciate questions all day long. Keeps me engaged. So look at ILLR, guys. So the blue may be already off on this this mini sector. It just got halted on the way down. Only in this one, 162. Okay. I mean, you could see stocks near the high in this one also, but that would just be coincidental. Only in this one. will you see stocks near the high of the day? And that's by design. Now you can adjust the race if you want to not do that, but that's what I wanted to see. But in this race here, for instance, in this case, yes, it is. But if I click on, I know, I mean, it's hit or miss. Okay, in this case, it is. Doesn't mean though that a stock is at the high of the day. It could have, it could have pulled back into a moving average that you like, or maybe the VWAP that you like. Not the VWAP that you like, but into the VWAP, or some area that you want to see a stock pull back into before you would take a trade. It just happens that right now, but that's a little abnormal. Normally, we see stocks pulling back more than just at the high of the day. Yeah, totally customizable. Now, how many shares I buy? Well, it depends on where my stop is, 162. Okay. The way I trade is that it's not how many shares I buy, it's how much I'm willing to risk every trade in terms of a dollar amount. In terms of, okay, if the trade doesn't work, number one, where am I getting out of the trade if it's not working? And how much does that translate to a dollar amount? So for instance, and the way I trade, I try to keep how much I'm risking every trade about the same. So for instance, if I say, okay, I want to risk $100 a trade, that means if I look at a chart, if I wanted to take a trade, and it looks like it's setting up for me, first thing I'm doing, very first thing, I'm sort of doing it at the same time, but the very first thing I'm always doing is, you know what, if it doesn't work, where am I getting out? Where am I getting out of this trade if it's not working? So once I know that, and now that's, I've had some experience trading. How I set stops with, that's the stop, might be very different from other people. I'm going to look maybe I'm going to be looking at a chart depending on the time frame I'm interested in. So I might look at the zero. I'm just going to use this as an example, and I look down here and say, okay, it looks like there's pretty decent support around the 490 mark. Okay. So I could say to myself, okay, let's just say it was 490, and I was going to take this trade at 5, but because I looked left and I thought it had enough room to run. I should actually use a simulator to demonstrate, but maybe I'll do that in a bit. So that would be a 20-cent stop. Okay, a 20-cent stop. Take the trade at 510. I put my stop at 490. That's 20 cents away. So if I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I would take 500 shares. Okay, because if I obey my stop and I lose 20 cents on the trade, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. So if the stop was 10 cents away, then I could take 1,000 shares. So it's got nothing. So the number of shares I take is based on where my stop is and how much I'm willing to risk every trade dollar wise. And I try to keep that amount about the same. So in other words, I'm not risking $100 one trade, 500 the next, 1,000 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep that risk amount about the same every single trade. Now I will vary it a little bit, but not by a huge multiple. If you're used to blackjack, and you kind of follow the flow of the cards, and you might say, or you're dealt a nice good 2 cards. I mean, I'm sure people have played blackjack before, and you might think, you know what, this is setting up a lot better for me. So maybe I vary my bet. In other words, maybe I'm going to bet a little bit more because I've watched the flow of the cards, card counted a little bit, plus my hand is strong. So maybe you vary your bet a bit. So it's the same thing with trading for me. When I'm looking left to see how much room there is, so let's just say for argument's sake, I took this trade, I have to be able to look left. If I have a 20-cent stop, I have to be able to look left to say, can I realistically make 40 cents on this trade? And that's why I look left. If the next high was say 60 or 70 or 80 cents away, I say, okay, great. If it was 40 cents away, it's borderline, but maybe I do take the trade. But obviously, if there's a lot more room before it hits that next high, that is when I say to myself, probably could maybe you could risk a little bit more on that trade. Okay. Um, I don't know what I don't know if there's a question in the YouTube room is does our AI have an auto stop at 3%? I'm not sure. I think it was. I mean, that's why this stop is really see. That's the problem with the AI for me. I mean, the stop is nothing scientific. If it's just a so that's a good. I'm glad you asked that question because I mean, some people, and I'm not saying don't do it, but that's not the way I trade. Some people say, you know what, I'm going to put a 20-cent stop every trade I take, or a 1% stop, or a 2% stop. For me, that's not based on anything. It's just, you're pulling a number out and you're going to use that. Now, listen, if it's working for you, great. But I like to have something what that I will call a little more scientific as placing a stop. That's all. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if there's a fixed percent every time for our AI in terms of an auto stop of like a fixed percent. I really don't know. All right, guys. So let's see. I didn't think so, but somebody asked a question a few weeks ago, Pepe, and it seemed to be if I looked at a few of them, some were around 3%, some were around 4%, some were around 2%. So yeah, you're right. There was a little more logic than just that. I know it used to be. They used to say, okay, but it's for me, it's just not based. If you have to say every stop is 2% or 3%, then there's no, as Pepe says, there's no real logic based on that. And that would be to me the problem with auto trading, because when you auto trade, you have to sort of set a it's hard to adjust your stop. Anyway, it's something. I mean, I look at the AI and I think, okay, the only reason I like to see that stop price is because if it gets halfway between. I mean, SDOT has been a horrible, like a very very difficult trader all day long. I mean, chop chop chop, very volatile because of the float. Yeah, so there is no new. We do not have what you would call a news feed, like an instant news when this. Okay, what I do if I'm looking for set like it's not quite instant, but I use interactive brokers, and most of the time, that's good enough for me. A lot of times, what we when you see a big volume surge in a stock, usually it doesn't necessarily mean there's news affiliated with that, but sometimes there is. But by the time you could read the news, I mean, the stock has already made the big move. But I use, if I'm usually I'm using my news in the pre-market. Okay, I want to see, like, like these high flyers in the pre-market. Why are they moving? A lot of times they will have some news. Sometimes it's an earnings play, or sometimes they do have some news, sort of like the QC. We saw that news for QUCY in the pre-market. What time is that? At 8:04, that's Eastern time. Am I, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock. So there's 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock Eastern, in the morning, Eastern time. That's when that news was hitting. So you can see right there, 8 o'clock. That's when the news hit. Now, more than likely, I don't know how quick. That's a 15-minute chart. There's a 5-minute chart, but you saw how it jumped. Okay, guys. So it's 11:14, and I typically, what happens in our YouTube room Monday to Friday is somebody takes over from, well, not Wednesday, but somebody on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday. One of the other traders takes over from in our YouTube room. Okay, when I take my break between 12 and 1. But we were short staffed this week, so nobody took over yesterday, and nobody will take over today. So we are short staffed this week. So long-winded explanation. Between 12 and 1, nobody will be taking over the YouTube feed. Well, the SPY tried. I don't know if it got actually positive. The SPY really tried. Got up to 734. Might have barely been pop. Well, let's see. Where did the SPY close yesterday? Yeah. Okay, so it got right into the close. So I don't know if it poked its head a little bit above it. The high today was 734.24, and the close was 734.30. So not quite, not quite. It got within about 6 cents of being flat, and that close of yesterday seems to have put the stall on the SPY. Yeah, keep showing up. You can ask questions all day long to get comfortable with what the program can do. But the other thing there is take a look at those videos. Okay, even though you're not a subscriber, take a look at those short videos. Gives you an idea about what alert windows do, top list windows do, the charts. Lots of information there. They're just for you. There'll be 11 short videos. Before I would take a subscription, I would for sure take a look at that. Picosella. Wow, this is I don't know if I've seen this one before. Japanese stock. No, this had never hit 300. Okay. This and it just got halted again. Okay, what's the spread like in this one? That's not great. This is a little earnings play, guys. American Outdoor Brands, AOUT. This is a little earnings play, and it just popped. Shoot. Not a lot of volume. I mean, 312,000 shares, and that's 30 times normal up to this time of day. So you can tell that it doesn't trade very much, but it's having its little day because it's an earnings play. So again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, an earnings play, any stock that released earnings after hours yesterday, which this did, post-market, June 25th post-market, or this morning before the 9:30, those for me are earnings plays. And we do have a channel based on earnings. Speaking of channels, let me I'm going to click on new and then dock to channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. And if I click on the show more, I'm going to scroll down till I see the sector status. Sector status channel right here. So remember how the bios were moving, XLV and IBB right at the top of the list. So in this top list, these are the sectors some of the major sectors that we are tracking. And you can see it's kind of 50-50. So in green means that in this list, it's basically 50% are up and 50% are when I say down from yesterday's close. And the worst one still are the semis. Okay. SMH is down 3.7% from yesterday's close. That's what these numbers refer to. So at a glance, you can tell, what are the strongest, so if you were wanting to take, say, a healthcare stock, that you're looking at the strong sector of the day. Doesn't mean you just pile into it, because I think what's happened is XLV is starting to fade a little bit. A little flag forming here. But if you said, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking a semi, without knowing what the semis were doing. Well, I'd want to know what the overall sector is doing before I would take a semi. Now, it doesn't mean that every single one in the semiconductor, in the sector is down, but you'd be going against the grain if you decided you want to go long. And here is where you can dive into some of the sectors and see what's happening. So you can see that consumer staples is having a nice, XLP. 97% of the stocks that make up that we have here are up for the day. 97%, and MKC is leading the way. But there's a little bit of red there. What's the worst one? Not terrible. But what if you'd seen LW was down 10%? You might say, wow, that is really running counter to the sector. You probably want to see if there's any news on it, what's happening. It's only down 0.4%, so it's not like it's getting creamed or anything. Here's retail, though. Let's take a look at retail. AAP is a top stock there, Advanced Auto Parts. Scroll down, and CVNA, Carvana, down 2.7%. Is there a reason? I don't know. Communications, interesting. Look at Netflix is having a great day. I mean, to be up 5% with a 4 billion float, that's a lot. and here's your little headline: Netflix is up over 5%, biggest, largest percent increase since February. But so here's Take Two Interactive. I mean, it's down 1.22%, not huge, but you can kind of see that for some of you, this is how you may use trade ideas. You may go to this channel every single day, check out to see what the top sector is, top sectors are, what the worst ones are, and then dive into the individual sectors, see what the top stock is, what the worst stock is, and find a way to trade them. And you don't have to go into every sector. You might just, maybe for XLV, because it's the top sector, here's healthcare, INSEE, that's that. But there are some down. Let's take a look. Again, Watt, not down a huge amount, but WAT. But you say to yourself, well, wonder why that one's down, where it's where the most of the stocks that make up the sector are up. Maybe there's something, wrong with that one. Maybe there's some bad news. Maybe it'll bounce. Maybe it'll finally catch up to the sector later on in the day. So you don't have to go into every single sector. And some of you might just say, you know what? I just want to follow two sectors all the time, maybe energy and maybe retail. And that's what I want to do every single day. So what you can do is, and this goes for every single channel that we've got. These are all theme-based channels. You can pop these windows out so you don't have to stay in the channel all day long. So for instance, if you wanted to follow the energy sector all the time, so if I right click, notice it says duplicate into free floating window. I click on that and it popped on my other monitor. So now you've popped it out. Now you can actually, though, you can configure it. See, there's nothing in the configuration, but you might say, you know what? I only want to see a certain price range, a certain minimum volume, maybe maybe you want to add some filters, so you can customize the window for your style of trading. So I'll just do a real brief one to show you. Here's WMB at $78. So if I said, you know what, though, I'm going to go to my price. I want to see stocks between 1 and 50. That's all I want to see. So you see how WMB has now disappeared. Okay. And I could say, I want a minimum volume. I don't know what the volumes are here, but I want a minimum volume of 200,000 shares. So you can customize it. You could do that while you're in the channel. You could do all that while you're in the channel. But what happens is when you leave the channel, all of what you customize will disappear. The reason being is that these channels are for everyone. So the fact you may only want to see stocks in this, between $1 and $50, that may not be what everybody else wants. So just so you know, so you could go into the channel and you could customize, but you have to stay in the channel then all day. Because the minute you leave it, and then if you came back, all your changes are not going to be saved. So again, you can go into each one of these channels. Let's go under the most. Some of you might like this, the most new 15-minute highs. These are real-time alerts. So you look at that and go, okay, I don't mind that. Maybe I don't mind that idea, perhaps. To me, it's too busy, but you could always take it, right-click on it, duplicate into the free-floating window, and then click on the configure, and now you can customize it. You might look at this and go, okay, the price range is fine, but I want a minimum volume of, 500,000 shares, a relative volume of 3. Let's see what happens when I do that. Say a relative volume of 3 and a minimum volume of 500,000 shares. Keep everything the same. So now, you're not going to get as many alerts, but that's okay. So you can take any one of these and adjust it to your style of trading. Okay? So that's an idea just to go through these. You don't have to learn every unusual range today. I mean, it might be interesting to you. See what it's looking at. So sorting by today's range with the biggest on top. Just things like that. So there's a lot you can do. But please, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't think, my goodness, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn all this? You don't have to. What we've tried to do, though, is create different looks. There's all sorts of different trading styles out there, different looks for different people. You might look at this and go, wow, that's something I could really use. Well, on the chart, I don't do it, but you can do on the charts. Let's see if I can remember how to do it. let me uh, let me duplicate this. I'll duplicate the daily chart just so I can practice on this. Okay. Okay. Yes. So if you took a chart and you could take it doesn't matter what time frame, and then I could right click on it and then go into the select the chart style and then comparisons. So I could go the SPY or different symbols, but obviously, I think you're looking at the SPY and how about XLV? Just out of curiosity, and it's going to assign it, the different colors. You can do 5 of them. I don't do this, but I mean, it's available. So here you are. So now you're comparing these sectors in a daily chart. Okay. I've never done this. There are obviously some other options and all, but you can kind of see. So you could take different sectors and compare in a daily chart or intraday chart. So the answer is yes. You can, with a chart, you can compare sectors to each other up to 5, or stocks. It doesn't have to be necessary. You could take Tesla, and Nvidia, and five favorite stocks, for instance. Or are you a subscriber, Dave? Did I do that too fast? Is that something that you would use the way I've just done it? So does that make sense, Dave? Have I answered your question? Yes, you're right. Now we're definitely positive. The Qs are still negative. So if you wanted, do the spies and the Qs, you could do that. When I duplicate a scan in a free floating window, that works. But when I do another duplicated scan to a free floating to another monitor, hmm. So you're talking about, okay, first of all, Amber, are you talking about taking it out of a dock window, number one, or no? Or are you talking about taking it out from one of these channels? Can we start from there? Or, Well, obviously, it has to be in a dock, okay, to duplicate it into a free floating window? Well, not necessarily, okay. Okay, okay, so let's, what channel? Just give me an idea what channel. I'll click on new, just so we can, look at the same thing. So new dock channel bar. So what channel are you talking about? Holly AI? You would pick that. Where is that? Down at the bottom here? Holly AI, okay. Okay, so I will pick this one, the strategy trades all, right click, duplicate into free floating window. Okay, and it did it on my other monitor. There it is. Okay. Now you're saying if you did it again to another one, right click, duplicate into free floating window. It did it. I have two free floating windows. So what's going on with you? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to do. The whole scan, the chart. You mean I still don't quite. I mean, you pick a window from within, and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. So if I can do the same thing with the chart. So I'm not sure I understand, but does that make sense? Though you pick a. So this white box you're talking about. Are you talking about this, the chart? Okay, so I right click, duplicate into free floating window, and here it is. Now what? Pick another one. You mean now another scan, or another window here? Another one of them? Anyone? So when you say a box, I mean, is this what you're referring to? Like a box? So I'll do this one, the AI strategy trades window. Okay. Right click and duplicate into free floating window. I think I see what happened. Okay, for you, it's hidden. You think it's gone back into the, but it's hidden behind the channel. I think that's what's happening. I think now I think I understand. You think that when you did this, and then that chart you just created has gone back into it's back into the chart. But what's happened is, well, for me anyway, it got hidden behind the whole channel. So it is there. You just have to find it. Okay, is that what you meant? Because you can see there's, these are still free floating. So I don't understand. You mean when you go, okay, I'm going to do this again. Start from scratch again. So I'm going to duplicate into a free floating window the chart. Duplicate into free floating window. Here it is. Here it is. Now, even though it's on another monitor, now if I go to another and duplicate into free floating window, Well, I got them both. Still not understanding then when you say another chart. Sorry, I know it's I know if I click on that's the reason why it disappeared behind the channel. When I click on anything, it's going to disappear behind the channel, but it's still there. Okay. Okay, so you want me to go to this channel, new, dock channel bar, buy the lows. Okay. Okay, I'll do the big chart, right click, duplicate into free floating window. Okay. So it's duplicated into a free floating window. Now what do you want me to do? I mean, here it is. It's free floating. It popped on my other monitor, but I mean, there it is, free floating. So it did what was expected. When you stay in the same channel, still don't understand. I mean, you can pop anything out. Here I just pop this out. When I leave the channel, they're still there. I popped them out, so they're still there. That was the whole idea. Remember now it disappeared behind. Well, no, there it is. But when you pop it out, it's popped out, right? I mean, it's just free floating. It should have no bearing on whether you change the ticker when you're in the channel. Those things that you popped out are they're gone from the channel. They're not tied to the channel anymore. Unless yeah, they're linked to all. I just saw this. Yeah, I popped it out. And when I click on a symbol, well, there's only one symbol here to click on, or down here, the compare the positive. So they're all linked. So it's unfortunate it's behind the channel, but they're all well. But okay, they're all linked to all. So if I've got something outside of the channel, my daily trend reversal. So if I type in MOGU, yeah, it's going to change here. They're all linked. Okay, but when I close down the, so is there a problem with that? I mean, is there a problem? When you shut down the channel, this this chart will remain, and it's linked to like all your, which I think is what you want. No, I mean, so what Pepe is saying, I mean, you can, but I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to do though. So the simple linking is linked to all. I mean, if you wanted to get, uncheck that. Okay. Here's another one that wasn't so bad from, okay. See, from my way of thinking, if I want to duplicate a chart into a free floating window, I mean, ultimately, I would want that free floating window. So, like, for whatever reason you're doing that, maybe you just like the chart, like the way the chart is set up and all, and you don't want to have to somehow create it from scratch. But once it's free floating, I would want it to be linked to all my scans, anything that I am clicking on. And by the way, look at the WKSP at 111. Pretty good looking. Pretty good looking now. Well, I'll tell you what, Amber. As long as you know now what to do, and that I guess that's the bottom line. Yeah, this is a wild one, guys. RYOJ is a wild one. I know it showed up in the scan, and it's right at the 200-day moving average, 294. Can't trade it. So this is one that IB is blocking me from trading. From trading. Okay, I just tried to take the trade, and IB is saying, you know what? We want to protect you from yourself, so we're not going to let you trade it. We're not talking about shorting. Well, there are, in theory, shorts available. I wasn't trying to do that, just trying to take the trade. But IB is blocking. Well, that's too bad. You had the alert. Now, not that I could have taken it right at 282, but we're at 345 now. But it is a wild one. We've seen this one in the past. It's very low float, Japanese stock. I'm glad I'm not on camera. I know that Steve and Andy and Chris, I think they go on camera. I think even Dan does, but no way I'm going to be on camera for 6 hours. Oh man. Well, now, okay. I don't usually get too upset about the fact I can't trade some of these things, but this now I'm getting a little ticked off. That was the big one. Surprised it's not halted. It's going to get 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 halted, guys. How can you tell a stock that's moving that fast cannot have a penny spread and just get stuck? So there's your halt. Okay, so if you're in this one right now, if somehow you were able to get this one, your broker allowed you to buy it just like that. Well, there's the halt price, 377. This is the first halt of the day for it, I believe. Yes, it is. Here is a potential, no big clue as to where it's going to open. All right, Shaw. Excuse me, Shaw. Good for you. You're done for the day. Lucky you in our YouTube room. See you next week. Yes. Okay, this is I guess an IPO from a few weeks ago. I guess I don't know if it's a SPAC that turned into this or a new symbol, but you can see that if it can take out what's the volume like? Pretty good volume. Actually, it's an earnings play. This is actually an earnings play. Well, let's see if it can take out that weekly high right there, which is the same as that weekly high, because then the next high is 13. So create a price alert, 1222, and see if it takes it out. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Not for long though. I'll be taking a break at around noon. And again, better get this announcement up. I'll take off right around noon. Okay, so I'll be on a break. I'll another 5 minutes or so. No one will be presenting on YouTube. Okay, so in case you go to YouTube right now, thinking that Andy or somebody else between 12 and 1, which normally happens, will be presenting. That's not the case today. Back to normal next week. We're just short staffed this week. Well, our ROJ came out of well, I guess it resumed and then it got halted on the way down. So that would have been a nice quick one. I mean, look at that. I mean, up to 4 and then right back down to 3 and halted. And who knows where it's going to open. So again, these are not for the faint of heart. But the first halt was okay. Did he just mention that, William? Is that why we're getting this little downturn? Okay, thank you. I mean, how choppy has been this S dot, guys? Very, very, very choppy. This is from our AI, but not certainly not an easy one to trade. Well, William, I'm glad you got out of that on. I mean, yeah, I mean, it just wants to keep moving down. And you said I'm sorry, no, I don't. This was a this was a beat raise. No. Hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not an earnings play. You're right. They're buying some company, right? Um, I thought it was an earnings play, but it's not. You're right. Buying Synaptics. Even Sina is not up, though. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Well, funny, but it's not up. Sina is not up, even though they're being bought by ON. All right, guys, 11:59. So I'm going to take my break now. So I'm going to mute myself in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Moment as I get my music going and get rid of the announcement. So this one sort of interests me a bit here, guys. The CHYM. Why? Well, it's starting to base a little bit over the $20 mark. It's had a beautiful run, sort of basing a little bit over the $20 mark. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, 2250. So that's certainly far enough away on the weekly chart. I wonder where. Interesting. The 200-day moving average is so we're at 2013 right now. So the 200-day moving average, you know what? That's far enough away, $22. So yeah, this does have some room. I'd have to take a look at getting this one. CHYM. I think somebody talked about this one earlier. Maybe you won. PYXS. Hanging around the VWAP. Oh man, this was a bad lunch to have. Well, maybe not. When I say a bad lunch, worship WSHP. The alert was at 690, 684. What did it get up to? Got up to 733. It's pulled back now. This is from the scan, from the reversal scan. But that's a big pullback. So the alert was at 684. So okay, I'll put a price alert around that level again, see if it happens later on. Low float, a million in the float. This one looks a lot like the CHYM, same sort of thing. Nice move, little base. The only difference is it's not just over a whole number. How to set up the scan to display stocks that move at least $1 daily, please. So why would that be important? I mean, what if Apple moved $1? $1 would that be important? I mean, why $1? I'm just interested. I mean, to me, I'm not trying to say I'm probably able to do something like that. I'm sure we can, but why would $1 be of interest? Why wouldn't you want to, have a stock? Well, I mean, what if $1 is just normal? Are you trying to intraday trade this? Because I mean, really, you got to be looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, $1 maybe not normal at all. Or it might be normal, which is not what you want. You want to see stocks trading abnormally. But okay, let's just take a look. I've never even thought about something like that. But so what you can do, of course, give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. I mean, I'm just trying to find the filter for you. Okay, so change from the close. Okay, dollars. So if you want it, I mean, if that's what you want, I mean, then you just use this and put one. So put one in here. So now stock was up at least a dollar from the previous close, and then oh, okay. Now you want to see stocks that are moving at usually a dollar. Okay, that's a little bit different. Okay, not just a dollar today. I was just going to say the ATR. So let's just see average true range. Good. I'm glad it wasn't just like moving a dollar. Okay, so if you go to the search and you type in average, well, you don't, average T, but average true range, that's what you want. Then that means it usually will trade a dollar, minimum of a dollar. Okay, and then after that, create the price range you want, and the minimum volume that you want. But that's the filter you want to use. The average true range has to be at least a dollar. So that means on average, I think it's over, I can't remember if it's over the last 10 or 14 days on average. Okay. Okay. So you understand then what to do next. I mean, you want to create your own price range, your own minimum volume. You probably also want now the other thing you might want to do is see, we have this filter also, the change from the open, which is the percent of average true range. So you might want to also use this in conjunction with it. So the average true range has to be at least a dollar. Okay. And then if you add this filter, and let's just say you put 150%, this is a percent, yeah, percent, that would mean that one that trades average true range is at least a dollar. Its average true range today will be at least a dollar 50. In other words, it's 1.5 times its average true. Well, you see the average true range is one, and then the chain sort of like it's a crazy way of describing it, but the percent of the average true range. So if you put 150, so that would mean the stock has to have on average at least a one average true range. But today, for you to see it, it would have to be trading 1.5 times that. So in other words, I mean, it could be a two. I mean, it could be like its average true range has to be a minimum of one, right? So its average true range could be two, but if you use this filter, then it's got to be 1.5 times two for you to see it today. I mean, that's probably what I would do, because if you should be, in my opinion anyway, if you should be looking for stocks that are having like an abnormal change from its average true range, but having a minimum of one. In other words, you don't want to see some stock that its average true range is 10 cents and you use this filter and it's 150. So, okay, big deal. It's 15 cents today. Maybe that's just not that interesting, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? And then after that, again, create your price range, your minimum volume. And I'm just using 150 as an example, of course. You might want to make it 2 or 3 or 1.25. I mean, that's up to you. So for instance, I look at PCLA. For some reason, well, let's take another one. Let's take this one, CHYM. So today's range is double what it normally is, 211%. Okay, I don't know what the range is. I could have that as a filter to actually. I thought I had that in here, but I don't. Oh yeah, no, I don't. Okay, but today's range for it is double what it normally would be. No, no, you no, no, minus 90%. All this is going to do is just tell you if should add that filter. I don't know why I don't have it. I used to have it, but maybe I made a change or something. See, its range today is 18 to 20. Okay. So I'll just make a very quick, if that's double the normal. So normally maybe its range is $1. So today it's $2 as an example. It's got nothing to do whether it's up or down. Okay, guys, I'm just looking to see whether or not this CHYM, I'm definitely interested in it. Looks like it's based nicely. Little pullback. Maybe another little move. It's got some room to the on the monthly chart anyway, 2264. So it does have some room. But before that, it still has room. $1 to the 200-day moving average. That's Andy's trade. Okay. Boy, this one is just getting beaten up. IVA out of France. This is just getting beaten up today, guys. IVA. The treatment of, wow, okay. Well, it's NASH. Okay, I've heard of that. I know that acronym. All right, so CHYM had a little bit of a pullback here, won the last race, a little bit of a pullback. I'm going to put a price alert around 25 and see if it gets back up there and continues. Very strong stock, very strong stock. Been no pullback at all in the 15. Really nothing. I mean, maybe a little dip here on the 5. Had a great 2 days. I got to tell you, QC was a bit of a disappointment. I was hoping that would be the one that would just run a little bit. QUCY, but I have a feeling that people are catching on now. Big deal. I mean, any company can come along and say, you know what, we're going to take a little piece of the SpaceX. We're going to buy some stock. How much? Never disclosed. Well, I shouldn't say never, but I mean, it's usually not disclosed right off the bat anyway. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:08, so I might as well go over my homepage one last time this week. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, as always, is what you're going to see. How were the daily reversals today? I'll go over that in a little bit once, because I see exactly what every one of them did. Some of them I rejected right off the bat because I thought they had too much resistance. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link at the top here, here's how you can take out a subscription. You can get 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And it doesn't matter which plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service. Remember now, the 15% on a monthly is the first month only. Oh, I ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. I moderate 2 trading rooms. And the company tracks the use of these promo codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So this is the main room, the trading room right here. It is free. So if you're in YouTube right now, just to let you know, there is another room. It is free. A lot more interaction with other traders in this room. Also, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room before the 9:30 open, you can come into this room. I don't open it. Obi opens it. I live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me, but Obi does it. Thank you so much, Obi, for doing that every day. And I get on the mic, both rooms, around sometime between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down, here is the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So if you're taking out a subscription, this is mandatory. You do this, the getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, here's what I would do. Start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about what we are capable, the program is software is capable of doing. And that should make up your mind whether or not you'd like to try us. You know, it's not for everybody necessarily. So you should do that first. Okay. And you can always take out a monthly subscription. You can always unsubscribe at any time. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. Large cap gainers is here. These are the two races I'm displaying. Volatile race is right there. Pulse resumes down here. And then this is the daily trend reversals that I'm basically concentrate on all day long. I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them all up and running though. But you can ask me, oh, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Okay. So you can ask me questions about the scans or other things, trade ideas related. All right. I'm continuing to watch that CHYM. Just want to see if it, what would it have to hold? Yeah, I think I think 2010 would be a good area for it to try to hold. Maybe bounce off that and continuing and continuing and continuing. So as far as the daily reversals went, well, okay. I mean, so this is what you're seeing here. This is the first alert or the time of the first alert, 9:35 IVF, and here's the price. So basically, the exercise is to go through each one of these and see what happened from the alert. Okay, did it work? Did it not work? So here's I know this worked eventually. Not I didn't see anything that was other than the fuel cell later that was tremendous. That had a tremendous, more of a consistent move. But you know the IVF. So from 204, it did get up to 239. Not bad. I don't think I discounted immediately because I didn't like the fact that it didn't. Well, even this would even this would have been not bad. You know, NOWL. This is the long, the two times long for now, the stock. So, I mean, it's sitting at 419, not bad. This is the one that I completely blew. Fuel cell. It was chopping around at the very beginning, and I forgot to put a price alert or something at the 2260, which is right here. And it ran up before it pulled back at all, up to 2554, and so on. I mean, I can go through them all, but S dot was, you know, definitely a challenge. This was an awesome short, CRMT, 324, before it pulled up at all, got down to 227. I mean, they're not all going to work, of course. This one was hard to get. I couldn't buy it at Interactive Brokers, 282 before it pulled back, got up to 4. So, you know, I mean, still definitely my favorite scan. All right, so CHYM. Pull back a little bit to this level. I just want to see if this 2010 level, if I might take this trade if it gets back up to say 2020, see if this holds and then starts running from there. Not saying to do the same thing, but that's what I'm kind of looking at. Yeah, that's what we've heard. Amen. With Thinkorswim, Schwab, and I guess what TD Ameritrade, if they're all kind of joined. I don't know if Fidelity does the same thing. I know that Interactive Brokers does not do it, at least not yet. 600 stocks, though. Well, I mean, I wonder a lot of those are probably pink sheet stocks too. Yeah, on just kept I did my video on actually. ON. USDE got halted, resumed, and then it got halted immediately again. USDE. Don't know this one at all. Oh, it's a blank check company. That's why. So where the heck did ON keep moving down to? So there is the low there on the weekly. Another low on the weekly is look at that. I mean, the next low on the weekly for this one is 81.59. I'm saying it's going to get there, but boy, that is a nice little potential gap to keep filling for a while anyway. All right, here's a cheap one, guys, just over $1. DCX, let's see what it's doing. Digital currency X technology, okay? Out of the Cayman Islands for tax purposes, obviously. So the high yesterday was 113. The high after that is 2. So, what did it get to today? It got up to 115. Why not? Put a price alert around 116, see if it starts to run. End of the day, low float, very low float, 900,000 in the float. Very low volume, though. Probably going to have to forget about it. Yeah, look at the spread. Terrible spread for a $1 stock, 6 cents, now 9 cents. Didn't know the flow. I didn't know the volume was so low. Well, market is basically flat. Well, the SPY is basically flat right now. The Dow's up a little. The Qs are still down. SPY is basically flat. I mean, even this one, it depends on what you're looking for. But I mean, MTech, we had the alert at 116. I mean, it got up to 131. I mean, if you know that's going to happen, of course, it's a 15-cent move for $1 stock. That's awesome. But all right, guys, what time is it now? 1:22. So more than likely, I'm done at about 2 o'clock. So if you have questions, please ask before 2. I can always say after 2. I don't have to leave, but typically, if I don't see any questions, I'm just going to take off. So this is showing up as a potential short on that scan, the reversal scan, but when you look left, it's only 20 cents away from the next low. So it becomes something I'm not interested in. All right, USDE came out of its halt, and what did it do? No, I forgot. Yeah, this is the bad spread, so forget about it. There's hardly well, the volume did pick up. It did pick up, but hmm. Don't normally get these sort of an expensive stock from that scan, guys. Cabo. Don't like it. Why? 50, 30, 51, 15. Almost a dollar spread, so I don't like it. Volume is not great. Now you might wonder, well, why don't I just increase the volume? I could. In fact, later on in the day, I probably should. I don't want to increase the minimum volume at the beginning of the day because these stocks could just be starting out. But by the end of the day, if the volume is only 169,000 and 4.6 million in the float, boy, that's a low float for a $50 stock. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Ooh, okay, guys, we got a couple of three people on holidays at Trade Ideas, and so it's pretty dead there too. I usually follow internal Slack discussions, and there's just nothing happening there today. Yeah, well, here's BlackBerry. Yeah, I mean, BlackBerry, that'd be pretty wild. I mean, that's had a great couple of months from 3 down up to 11. Had earnings yesterday. Reaction was very good. Continuation now. Guys, this showed up on my I didn't take it. I was thinking about it, but this showed up on my bouncers toppers. I do have this one up. I put this one up yesterday. Looking for stocks that maybe have topped out. Obviously, in this specific case, it would have worked out fabulously. 33.80 on the high here, and then from there, and then you could have easily taken that short, and then maybe as a magnet, the VWAP. Will the VWAP hold it? I mean, it's still up a little bit today. Will the VWAP hold it? VWAP's around 32.15 ish. Okay, so not that far away. Will it hold it, or will it drive its way through and even go negative for the day? See if there's any. I don't see any news on it. I don't know if it's well. Let's take a look at what XLE is doing. See if it's really tied into XLE. Not really. I mean, XLE is down, but where's the next high of this of BlackBerry? Can't see it on a monthly. Well, you can if I back it out enough. Boy, back in it's like November of 2021, there was a high right there of 1237. So you got to go back not quite 5 years to see the next highs for BlackBerry. But a pullback just to 11, a little pullback to 11, and then 11 held, and it's starting to run again. Okay, now this just showed up on the scan. Now, what's the next high looking left? 121. To me, it's just too close. I mean, if I had seen the next high up here around maybe 140, I'd be more inclined to maybe take a shot at this if I'm allowed to. I don't know if I don't even know what the don't know if we're allowed to trade this at Interactive Brokers, but the alert was at 108, but the next high is 120. Yeah, I do see the chime now. I do see that CHYM. I do see it. Thank you, Cross. I have a thumbnail, so somewhat interested in it now. All right, well, let's see if it works. Pretty tight leash on it. I don't expect a big move or anything, but the high right there is around 2030. I mean, I like to see it get there anyway, but maybe move from there, but we'll see. And that's the CHYM. Financials, okay. XLF, let's take a look at XLF, see if it's performing with the sector. I mean, the sector's up. Well, guys, moment of truth right now for the FRVO. It's sitting right on the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? It's still up a little bit for the day. It is pulled back from 33.90 down to 32.21. So about $1.70 down. Will it act as support? So, I mean, if you were looking at this, you might say, okay, if I took this trade, maybe see if it acts at, maybe if it got back up to 32.35 or so, bouncing off the VWAP and put your stop, be fair. Well, no, that's not too bad a stop. 32.12. So it'll be about a 20-cent stop, 25-cent stop. Just an idea. Is it really? That's a late IPO then. Thank you, Obi. Sind, CIND, Cindy, price at $12 a share. So it's a little under, fairly big one too, 12 times 17 million in the float. So it's a little bit underneath the IPO price of 17. I'm sorry, of 12. Let me check my IPO calendar and see where they're out of and what who's behind it. Mexico. Boy, I don't think I've ever seen a Mexican IPO. Seriously. Okay. Wow, some big guys though. Morgan Stanley, Scotiabank, BMO, Canaccord, City, some big guys behind this one. That's impressive. Hmm. That is impressive. Let's see if we can get back up to the high here at least. How much volume? Pretty good volume. Not trading too rapidly though. 11:20, 11:30. Not really trading rapidly right now. Okay. William, okay. Oh, DAC. Oh, I see, DAC. I'm sorry, now I understand. Yeah, I don't know if that's the original DAC or just a new DAC, or if it's the old DAC, welcome back. And if you're a new DAC, you probably don't know what we're talking about. Ah, it is you. Okay. Well, good to see you, DAC, after extended absence. Nice to see you. Seriously. I did not take the short of BHC, and but it's inching its way down to that 480 mark. Did not take it, and only because if the next low had been, down here at 468, almost 100%, I would have taken it on the break of five. But I just looked at this next low and I thought it's too close. Does that mean it's taken out 90 or sitting at 90, right? ON. Look at the weekly chart. I mean, it has still a lot of room. Talk about a company getting hammered for making that buy of Synaptics. So this is Synaptics deal seen as a pivot head scratcher. So it's an all stock deal also. So that's hurting the Synaptic stock also. So I don't understand a lot of this, but it had been focusing on increasing its exposure to the artificial intelligent data center industry. But this move signals a shift toward providing integrated edge AI systems. Okay. So with all stocks, so that's Sina. So Sina, usually, Sina is basically flat. I'm surprised it's not moving down a little bit more, with O because this is an all stock transaction. Oh, so you bought it on the bounce. Okay. Oh, right, right. Why wasn't I watching? Wouldn't you tell me to do the same thing? I was Yeah, I mean, look how well the VWAP held. Tremendous. 32.11 up to 32.71. I mean, that's great. I'm kidding you, of course, Cross. But yeah, look how boy, that is almost textbook. See if I'm sure this must have turned blue too. Let me just see on a 2 minute. Little bit of a buy flag there. How about on a 1 minute? It's got to be blue. There you go. Trend change on a 1 minute. Okay, AJ Burke, you have a question. So you're talking about the crawl that can be on the bottom here. Let me see, make sure I know what I'm doing. Display alerts on the chart. You're talking about, so if you can see what I'm doing, you're talking about this, for instance, this little crawl that's starting, trading 1% above the VWAP, etc. I think that's what you're talking about, right? Okay. So the first thing is you have to be using the browser-based charts, I believe anyway. Yeah, you have to be using the browser-based chart. So the first thing is when you take a chart, you right click on the chart, use browser interface, okay? You have to have that checked. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it because this is just a toggle on and off. So that has to be checked. Then the next thing is when that happens, yay, CHYM, okay. Then you see the three dots up here? There's three little dots up here. Hopefully I'm pointing right at them. If you click on it, then a big menu comes up. And then you want to check display alerts on chart. I don't typically do it, but that's what you do. Display alerts on the chart. Okay. And then say okay, and then you'll start to see the crawl. Now it's a toggle on and off, of course. So I'll do it again. Click on the okay, and then you'll start. Now the issue I had with it really is that you can't control which alerts you see. So if you don't see the dots, is your chart too small? Let me just see. I'll sorry, duplicate. Okay, just want to duplicate the chart. Now, again, right click and make sure use browser interface. Okay, now, if you've got, this might be covered up. I'm noticing right here that this is all grayed out, the flattened half double revenue. Maybe it's there. If your chart is big enough, you should see it though. Okay, if you stretch out your chart to the right, you should see the dots. They are there, but I noticed that it was hard to see because it was underneath the reverse. But you see what I did? All I did is I stretched the chart out, and now you should see the three dots. Yeah, I mean, I should have asked that, I suppose. What version are you running? I don't know what version the minimum you have to have running, but if you click on help and about, what are you seeing? I'm always on a development version. So it's possible that you need a later version, at least something from the web from our homepage, probably. But if you click on help and about, what version do you have? You won't have, well, you could have 8.1, I guess. I think that's on our homepage, but I'm running a development version. But what do you see? So just click on help and about. Help and about. What version do you see? Yeah, I think that's way too old. I think you have to have an updated version, 5.6.1. Yeah, 5.61. That's quite a while ago. So you probably have to be running a. First of all, yeah, I don't even know if you right click on your chart, do you have the option use browser interface? Probably you do 5.6, but that's probably it. You have to have a later version. Okay, well, if you're not seeing those dots in it, you have to have a later version of the product. You need the beta. Okay. So here is I mean, I don't know if you're prepared to do that. I mean, it's no big deal. I would do it. You know, the beta's fine, I think. I've been so if you click on what I put in there, the download link, so you need to download that beta. Oh, wow. Okay, that is the pro. I thought for some reason it was way above that. Okay, so you need to download the beta. Okay. Well, guys, what time is it now? Well, that's one of them. That's one of the differences. Okay. I don't know what else. I really don't know what else is different, but that is obviously one difference. There might be something in. I don't know. Is there something in the notes? Yeah. If you click on the release notes, I guess it's going to tell me new features. Okay. You can just go through this. Okay. There's a lot. Okay. Just go through all this. You'll see what the differences are. Okay. Oops. Guess what, guys? I think I just accidentally shut down the room. Yep. Not YouTube, but the main room. Luckily, it's an easy process to get back in. Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, it will. Well, again, when these things are browser based, sometimes I accidentally shut down the entire everything I've got in here by clicking on the X, but easy to get back. Well, this was a late one again in the reversal scan, guys. But so they had the alert, I think, at five, right at $5. That's the high of yesterday. Had the alert, but that stopped it. But if it can, ooh, excuse me. So if it can get through that, though, then the next high is 628. Not a lot of volume, though. Yeah, too bad. I wish this were earlier on in the day. This past PASG with a lot more volume. Like got just a ton of room. No, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back in and getting set to wrap this up. I got another 3 minutes or so to 2 o'clock. So, it's interesting that this CHYM won 6 races. It's the leader, too. I didn't really know that. Let's get a price alert just at 2030. See if I can get it into the 30s. Okay, guys, are there any more questions? I think I'm going to head out now. If unless there's some questions, I'll hang around another minute or so to see if anybody pops in for a question or is here already in the room wants to ask a question. Otherwise, I'm going to take off. Nothing? Okay. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream right now. So YouTubers, will see you at around 9 o'clock Monday morning.